some small changes to the EVA procedures for unjamming this high gain antenna. We'll send them to you as we get them.
Roger.
As mission specialists Jerry Ross and Jay Apt prepare for an EVA and go down to the middeck and begin donning equipment, payload operations controllers at the Goddard Space Flight Center will continue to try to troubleshoot the high gain antenna, sending more remote commands on a non-interference basis with any other activities on board Atlantis. Also, Atlantis is maneuvering to an attitude for a direct check by payload operations controllers. That's a direct check that is scheduled normally as part of deploy operations for the Gamma Ray Observatory. We're just taking advantage of time to do that at this point.
Atlantis, Houston, we see you maneuvering to what looks like the battery charging attitude. We'd like you to maneuver to the direct check attitude, please.
Yes, we're getting ready to go there now.
That direct check attitude.
Steve, as a reference, the attitude is on page 314 of the flight plan. One change to the Omicron when you're ready.
Okay, go ahead with the Omicron change.
New Omicron 202.
Omicron 202.
Atlantis is now going to a direct check attitude. That direct check provides communications between the Gamma Ray Observatory and the tracking and data relay satellite so that payload operations controllers can check the ability to communicate with the Gamma Ray Observatory without the benefit of using Atlantis as a relay station. That's an objective planned as part of the normal operations to deploy the Gamma Ray Observatory. Also, in the conference with the flight control team and payload operations controller, Flight Director Chuck Shaw stated that he believed we were out of non-EVA options for deploying the high gain antenna, and as determined by flight controllers, we are running out of time to begin preparations for an EVA if the crew will have time to do one today. So mission specialists Jay Apt and Jerry Ross were given the go-ahead to begin those preparations. This is Mission Control Houston. Currently, flight controllers are working to prepare for the possibility of a spacewalk by mission specialists Jay Apt and Jerry Ross, just as Apt and Ross are doing on board Atlantis. We're now receiving live television again from Atlantis' payload bay of the Gamma Ray Observatory. Also, payload operations controllers at the Goddard Space Flight Center now are working on a direct check to check communications between the Gamma Ray Observatory and the ground without the benefit of using Atlantis as a relay station. Atlantis currently over the Pacific Ocean. Moving toward the west coast of the United States. The extravehicular activity, or EVA, flight controller here in the control room is currently double-checking procedures for this spacewalk that Apt and Ross may perform, and talking with representatives of the Gamma Ray Observatory and the Payload Operations Control Center to double-check methods that may be used.
How do you read?
Houston, Atlantis.
Linda, read you loud and clear. How me?
You're pretty broken, so you're not getting clear at all.
Atlantis, Houston, how do you read?
Still a little static in the background, but that's much better, Marcia. Read you clearly.
Okay, we need you to do an item 14, 1-4, on the antenna display to force an early TDRS handover. Atlantis Discovery, we're back on TDRS with you. That's Houston.
Okay, and Atlantis copies you fine.
Houston, Atlantis, com check, EV1.
EV1, you're loud and clear.
Walk it up.
That was a communications check with Jerry Ross, who is designated EV1 for an EVA. Mission Specialist Jay Apt is designated EV2. Currently they're working with communications checks, checking the ability of the communications gear for the spacesuit to function properly. Those communications checks are part of the standard preparations for a spacewalk. This is Mission Control Houston. We're continuing to receive live television from Atlantis. This showing the Gamma Ray Observatory as it passes over the coast of Baja, California. Atlantis currently on its 33rd orbit. Just to recap the current status, the high gain antenna, that's an antenna, dish-shaped antenna that provides high volume communications for the Gamma Ray Observatory, failed to deploy automatically. 4 attempts were made to send remote commands from the Payload Operations Control Center to the mechanisms aboard the Gamma Ray Observatory to deploy that antenna. No joy on any of those attempts. Currently, Mission Specialists Jerry Ross and Jay Apt are preparing for a spacewalk to go outside and repair the antenna and deploy that antenna. The previous deploy time of the Gamma Ray Observatory today, the release time, was originally set for 12:53 p.m. Central Daylight Time this afternoon. Currently, the release time is awaiting the outcome of the current planning and extravehicular activity. There is no set window for the Gamma Ray Observatory, so there are no specific limits on when that observatory should be deployed. It can be deployed at basically any time on any orbit. So a lot of flexibility is built into the timeline that is being taken advantage of. Also, a spacewalk and preparations for a spacewalk were part of the deploy operations for the Gamma Ray Observatory.
Atlantis Houston, your go for step 1 on page 5-23 in the TDRS direct check.
Roger.
Mission specialists Apt and Ross have been checking their equipment yesterday and have already pre-breathed pure oxygen. The atmosphere on board Atlantis has been reduced to 10.2 psi. All that was accomplished yesterday, so that they could be ready to perform a quick response spacewalk if that became necessary. Also, that last communication with Atlantis dealt with a TDRS direct check. That's a part of the normal preparations for deploy of the Gamma Ray Observatory, and involves a check by the Payload Operations Control Center of communications directly with the Gamma Ray Observatory without using Atlantis as a communications relay station.
Houston, step 1 is complete.
Copy that. Atlantis Houston for EVA.
Go ahead.
I'd like to check that you've completed step 25 on page 5-4. That's power to SCU.
Marcia. Thank you. We've got it.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We have live television from the payload bay of Atlantis showing the Gamma Ray Observatory. Atlantis now passing off the coast of Venezuela over the Caribbean Sea. Mission Specialist J. Aft and Jerry Ross are on the middeck donning their spacesuits. At this time, spacewalk is expected by flight controllers and payload operations controllers. That spacewalk will be performed to free the high-gain antenna and deploy the high-gain antenna of the Gamma Ray Observatory. The high-gain antenna is a dish-shaped antenna that is deployed on the end of about a 5-foot-long boom. We do expect live television of the events throughout the day today until release of the Gamma Ray Observatory, and we do expect live television of the extravehicular activity or spacewalk that will be performed by Aft and Ross.
Atlantis, Houston.
Houston, Atlantis.
Yeah, Jay, you're probably busy, but if someone isn't and can set up a camera in the middeck so we can watch, the EVA guys would like that.
Okay, Sherry's all suited up, and I'm about to put on the helmet. We did take some camcorder earlier.
Okay. If it's no impact to you, we wouldn't mind watching. If it is, no bother.
Okay, and I guess I can omit the comm check I was about to do.
Loud and clear. Jay, we don't see that your fan is on. Would probably be a good idea before you put the helmet on.
Yeah, thanks, Marcia. We're still on the wristbands and the gloves.
Atlantis Houston, you have a go for step 2, page 5-23 in the TDRS direct check.
Roger, step 2.
That call to Atlantis dealt with the final stages of a direct check of communications between the Payload Operations Control Center and the Gamma Ray Observatory. That's a check of communications without the benefit of using Atlantis as a communications relay station. The Payload Operations Controllers reported that they had an excellent checkout of that communication system and that all appears to be in working order.
Okay, Houston, Atlantis.
Go ahead, Linda.
Okay, we're into step 2 on page 5-23 down through the 60-second sweep. And we got good-looking stuff on 207 and spec 62, except that we still have arrows by DCOMs 3 and 4. Do those just take a while to go away?
That's affirmed. We saw that yesterday.
Okay, and we'll call that complete in just a minute.
Okay.
And step 2 is complete, Houston.
Okay, thanks a lot.
In Houston, Atlantis, we do have some mid-deck video coming down to you now.
And we're getting a good picture. Thanks a lot.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're receiving live television from Atlantis, from the middeck of Atlantis. Mission Specialists Jerry Ross and Jay Apt are shown here in the airlock with the help of Ken Cameron, who will serve as the inside vehicle participant in the spacewalk and watch closely as Apt and Ross perform their duties. You can tell the two mission specialists apart by the fact that Jerry Ross is designated extravehicular activity crew member number 1 and has red stripes on the legs of his spacesuit, and Jay Apt, designated mission or extravehicular activity crew member number 2, has no red stripes on his spacesuit. Again, just to reiterate, Jerry Ross has the red stripes on the spacesuit, and Mission Specialist Jay Apt has no red stripes on his spacesuit.
Okay, you ready? Marcia, Jay and Jerry just started the pre-breathe a minute ago, and in the EVA checklist it calls for cryo tank 3 heaters onto auto. Do you want us to do that?
Stand by.
Was that an affirmative?
That was a standby, and now it's an affirmative.
Oh, okay. Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston. That communication from Atlantis, that mission specialist.
Atlantis, Houston, if you can switch the camera back to the high gain, the POC would like that, please.
Houston.
Okay, we'll do that, Marcia.
As the television view is about to switch to the payload
And
bay.
Atlantis, we need you on R1 to take the O2 Tank 3 Bravo heater to auto.
Okay, and say that again, Marcia. It's O2.
O2 Tank 3 heater Bravo to auto.
Okay, an O2 tank 3 heater is in Bravo.
Okay, it should be, okay, and we've sent a tags message to you that is the timeline for the remainder of the day, and it should get to you instantaneously. Here we're about 2 minutes and 20 seconds from an LOS, back at 2:51.
This is Mission Control Houston. This television from the mid-deck of Atlantis shows mission specialists Jerry Ross and Jay Aft in the airlock. The inner hatch of the airlock is present in the upper left-hand corner of this scene. According to a transmission from Atlantis, that the pre-breathe of pure oxygen, a continuation of one that the mission specialists already have performed, is about to begin. Pilot Ken Cameron will now shortly begin closing that inner airlock hatch door. Ross and Apt spacesuits are both pressurized at this point with pure oxygen at a pressure of 4.3 pounds
Thanks,
per
Linda.
square
We're
inch.
getting a picture now of the high gain.
Okay, do you want more of a full view, or shall we leave it zoomed in?
Linda, that's just good enough.
Okay.
Payload operations controllers are planning to send 2 more troubleshooting commands to attempt a deploy of the high gain antenna. Those remote commands will reset the deploy motor more than the last 2 attempts did. In other words, reverse the motor farther than was tried originally, and then send a command to put the motor back and forward and deploy the high gain antenna. At this point, with mission specialists Jerry Ross and Jay Apt beginning their pre-breathe of pure oxygen, scheduling calls that they can begin their spacewalk within about 50 minutes from now. And according to their timeline for that spacewalk, they should begin depressing the airlock toward near the end of that 50 minutes.
Atlantis, Houston, we're back with you.
Roger, loud and clear, Marcia. I got a couple of questions for you if you have a second.
Always, go ahead.
Okay, I got the tags messages and all that's clear to us. One question is the S/U on tool transfer, does that stand for setup?
That's affirmed.
Okay, fine. A second question is, would we possibly want to do the auto maneuver and RMS maneuver a little earlier to coincide with the egress from the airlock?
Let us talk about it.
Okay, fine. That's not a big issue. And thirdly, are we going to consider doing any of the other activities such as clip on this EVA?
Okay, we'll be telling you about that in a sec also.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
In answer to your second question, there's no problem for you doing the auto maneuver earlier.
Okay, thanks, Marcia.
Okay, and Steve, per flight rule, until the GROW activity is complete, we would not consider doing any other EVA activities.
Okay, that's fine.
Atlantis, Houston, for whoever's driving the cameras.
Go ahead.
The Spec 76 comm is a camera Bravo temperature. If you can give us pretty close to the same picture with the Charlie camera, we'll take that and let B cool down.
Okay, fine.
We've got a good picture, Steve. Thanks a lot.
You bet.
Atlantis, Houston, the POC is going to swap to MDEB and try to send some commands again. You can ignore the messages if you see them, and it's no impact to what you're doing now.
Roger, thanks for the call.
Atlantis, we'd like to confirm that the Bravo camera is off.
That's affirmed, Marcia, it's off.
Okay, thanks.
Houston, Atlanta.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're in the airlock reviewing the procedures right now. You mentioned the possibility of some deltas.
We'll be reviewing it here now, Ken. We're going to tags it to you. They are not deltas for your airlock procedures, but for the EVA. And we'll have a copy to you, and then Shep will be briefing Jay and Jerry.
Okay, that's what I mean. We're reviewing the GROW EVA procedures while we're in the airlock. Do you have deltas for us while we're doing that review?
Stand by on that, Ken, and while we're still sending some commands, we do not want you to proceed any further with the airlock depress.
Well, all we're doing is a pre-breathe right now. We have about 20 minutes left on that, so we can hold here or just extend the pre-breathe. But is there anything that we should be changing significantly from what we are reviewing in the checklist?
We're talking about it now, and I'll let Shep give you a briefing as soon as that's complete.
Okay, we have the standard set of tools in the airlock right now. If we need anything else, that's the first thing we need to know.
No changes to the tool list. Like to verify that you have the cheater bar.
Yes, we have it.
Atlantis, Houston, switch for you on L1.
Go ahead, Marcia, I'm there.
Rad controller out temp too high.
controller out temp is high now.
Thank you. And Steve, you have a go for free drift. We're going to try the unlatch again.
Okay, stand by.
Steve, in the GROW checklist, we're on the top of page 5-21 again.
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're receiving live television of the high gain antenna on the Gamma Ray Observatory. Still in the stowed position. Payload operations controllers are now about to send more remote commands. Another attempt to free the high gain antenna and deploy it.
Copy that.
That call from Commander Steve Nagel verifies that Atlantis is now in free drift with the reaction control system basically turned off to avoid any interference with those remote commands as they unlatch latches and attempt to deploy the antenna. This attempt...
Atlantis, the unlatch command has been sent.
Roger.
This attempt will reverse the deployment motor farther than has been tried on the other previous attempts before sending a deploy command to drive that motor forward. flight controllers are now standing by for a word from the Payload Operations Control Center that the deploy command has been sent to the high gain antenna. This will be the 5th attempt at freeing the high gain antenna via remote commanding.
Atlantis, the deploy command has been sent.
We copy, Marcia.
Time is 3:10:30.
Copy, time is 3:10:30.
Integrated Communications Officer here reports that we'll have intermittent television transmissions for the next few minutes due to blockage between the orbiter's KU band antenna having to track the tracking and data relay satellite and pointing through pieces of the orbiter in order to do that. A note on the flight control team here in the Mission Control Center. The Orbit 1 flight control team at this time is planning to stay on until the Gamma Ray Observatory is released. If an EVA is necessary, that may have them working until...
2 ratchet caddies.
Atlantis, we've terminated the command.
We copy.
There was no joy on the MDEB.
Roger, are we cleared back to auto DAP, Marcia?
And that transmission to Atlantis, confirming what Payload Operations Control Center controllers reported to the flight control room, that there was no success on that attempt to deploy the high gain antenna. A note on the Orbit 1 flight control team currently manning the flight control room. If there's an EVA today, this team has volunteered to work a double shift. They are the experts on the Gamma Ray Observatory and deploy of the Gamma Ray Observatory. At this time, if there is a...
Atlantis, you have a go for auto depth.
If there is a spacewalk today, there's one more attempt at troubleshooting by the Payload Operations Control Center that is coming up momentarily. However, if that is unsuccessful and there is a spacewalk, the flight control team may work until 7 p.m. this evening, working a double shift and handing over to the planning shift or the overnight shift. That would put flight controllers here on console for approximately 17 hours. And also our next television event, which had been originally scheduled for the original handover of the Orbit 1 flight control team, a change of shift press conference with current flight director Chuck Shaw. That's been postponed until at what time the Orbit 1 flight control team does get off shift. Again, the Orbit 1 flight controllers did volunteer to work a double shift. Flight Director Chuck Shaw polled them to see what their plans were for handover individually, and all have volunteered to work a double shift and see that Gamma Ray Observatory hopefully is released during the day.
Atlantis, Houston, we're sending you a tags message that will have the EVA procedures for you. We'd like you to let us know when you get it.
Roger.
Atlantis, Houston, the elevation command has been sent.
This is Mission Control Houston. This attempt at freeing the high gain antenna.
Houston, say again, please.
The elevation command was sent at 1830.
Roger.
This attempt at freeing the high gain antenna involves using the swivels built into that antenna, swiveling them slightly via remote commanding from the payload control center to see if that aids in whatever is holding the antenna. Once that swiveling commands are complete, of which the first one was just sent, another deploy command will be sent to attempt to extend the boom from the gamma ray observatory.
Houston, Atlanta.
Go ahead, Steve.
Would you clarify your last transmission? We're not sure what you mean by elevation command.
Steve, it's the antenna gimbal command we've commanded from here.
Antenna gimbal, okay.
As this troubleshooting procedure has worked, if unsuccessful, mission specialists Jay Aft and Jerry Ross, now in the airlock with the airlock hatch closed to the orbiter, have completed their pre-breathing or are nearing completion of that pre-breathe of pure oxygen, and standing by to depressurize the airlock and begin the spacewalk if that is necessary.
Houston, Atlanta.
Go ahead, Steve.
Marcia, we got 2 blank pages up on the tags. I think you'll have to resend that.
Okay, on the way. Steve, the tags message is coming to you. In the meantime, I'm going to have Shep voice you up the big picture here.
Roger.
And Steve, I'm trusting Jay and Jerry are copying all this.
That's the firm, Shep.
Okay, Jerry, the grand plan here is that we're going to do this in 2 steps. We're going to try and shake the boom, and if that doesn't work, we are going to go out and work on the latch actuator itself. Tools we will need will be 2 PFRs with their articulating sockets and the cheater bar. The first setup to shake the boom will require that one of you guys put a PFR in socket G. How copy?
Okay, socket G, is that the one we normally deploy the boom from?
That's a negative, Jerry. This will be over on the up above the starboard sill facing aft. It's across the bottom of grow from where the normal socket would be.
Okay, Ken will bring us a picture and we'll look at it.
Okay, that's going to be same socket, other side. When once you guys just tell me who you want to do this, we suggested Jerry jerk on the boom and Jay get ready to do the latch actuator ops. But if you want to switch that around, that's okay. How about you guys decide?
Okay, I guess that'll work. That'll mean I'll go out the starboard side, Jay will go out the port.
Okay, when Jay goes on the port side, I want him to have a PFR with him, and on the sill, the longeron on the port side below the grow, just tether the PFR and stay at the ready. You'll be on the starboard side. You can go ahead and put your PFR in socket G. We'll watch it to make sure you get the right spot. And over the HGA boom, we want you to grab the one torque bar that is underneath and parallel to the boom and apply a low push-pull force on that torquer bar in the Y direction, plus and minus Y.
Okay, I copy. That's across the glow long axis, in the axis of the solar rays.
Roger, the force is to be applied in the axis of the solar arrays, and the torquer bar is parallel to and underneath the antenna boom.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, step 2 is going to be if we don't have any, if we don't have any freedom of movement there, if it's hard up on its stop, I want Jay to go to the D sock or brake. I want Jay to go to the latch release actuator, which is what you guys would normally do, and try and open that up with the 7/16 inch wrench. Procedures for that, Jay, are on your EVA cuff checklist, flights up, page 7-6, break.
Okay, I understand all that, Shep. Let's talk about it for a minute.
Yeah, Jay, let me clarify where you go. It's going to be your EVA cuff checklist, flights up, page 3.
Okay, let us talk about that for a minute, Shep.
Yeah, let me know when you got that digested. And at last, we think our flight node has been tags on board.
This is Mission Control Houston. Spacecraft communicator Bill Shepard is reading up the instructions for the spacewalk to mission specialists Jerry Ross and Jay Apt in the airlock of Atlantis. Shepard is assisting spacecraft communicator Marsha Ivins on this shift.
Atlantis.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, Shep, just got a question. I think we're getting into an area here that we perhaps haven't practiced. We've got a node procedure that has worked well in the water tank, and I guess we'd like to know why we're departing from that.
Stand by on that, Steve. What I'd like to do is read you the whole procedure. There's more to come, and then if you have questions, maybe talk about why we're going this way. And I've still got about 50% of the note to get to you.
Go ahead.
Okay, we have basically finished trying to push-pull on the boom. The last part I talked about was Jay going to the latch release actuator and trying to open that up. He will not need a foot restraint to do that. And after that has been opened, I'd like Jerry to back in the PFR on the starboard side, try and move the boom again with low push-pull forces. And Atlantis, did you copy that? Atlantis, did you copy my last step there?
Break. Houston, Atlantis.
Houston here, Steve, go ahead.
Well, Shep, I'm sorry, you're going to have to take it from the top. You started breaking up and we lost you from the very beginning of your last explanation.
Okay, I'm calling this step 3 on my flight note. After Jay on the port side opens the latch actuator per per his cuff checklist, Jerry from the starboard side in the G socket will attempt to move the HGA boom by grabbing the torque tube again. Torque bar, I'm sorry. And step 4, if that does not work, Jerry, I need Jay to cycle the high gain antenna latch actuator partially closed and then open forcefully. And I think you're going to need the PFR in the D socket to give enough torque on this thing to do that.
Yeah, Shep, we got the flight note on board now, at least one copy.
Okay, how about give a yell when you guys want to talk about that.
Okay, send one more copy, please. We'll let Jay and Jerry look at the first copy, and we'll look at the second one. Okay, Houston, we have 2 copies on board now. We're reading it.
Okay, Steve. And Atlantis, we have a camera over temp if you could look at that.
Atlantis, Houston, PACA's going back to MDEA. They're going to try the gimbal motions again.
Roger.
And once again, no action on any alarms unless we call you.
Roger.
Atlantis, MDEA command is on. Command's coming shortly.
And this is another try by payload operations controllers to remotely command and deploy the high gain antenna using a different command path. They're sending up gimbal commands or swiveling commands to the antenna in hopes of loosening it. It's believed that the antenna is held by the latches still. Although the latches are open, they are apparently snagged on some place on the antenna. That's the best guess of payload controllers. Although an open indication was seen when the latches were first opened today, full movement of those latches was not seen on the downlink television by payloads controllers, which leads them to believe that they may not have opened completely. mission specialist or spacecraft communicator Bill Shepard, rather, has been reading up plans for the spacewalk, if it's needed, to mission specialists Jerry Ross and Jay Apt.
Atlantis, Houston for Steve.
Go ahead.
Steve, some more of our thinking on the procedure here. First, we're really not changing much in the nominal except adding the shaking in front of what we would do anyway. Telemetry down here says the latch is unlatched, and it's acting like it's hung up, and the thinking is if we shake it, it may just pop out.
Okay, we copy.
The steps in the current plan as devised by the EVA flight.
Jason, Atlantis.
Go ahead, Steve.
This is Jerry for Shep.
We read you, Jerry. Go ahead.
Okay, I guess we're wondering why maybe we couldn't just shake the boom from the EVA handrail, which is back closer to the deploy point at the aft end of the boom.
Stand by one, Jerry. We'll talk about it.
Hey, Shep, another question for you.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Okay, looking at the pictures, that socket G is one that points out perpendicular to the side of the spacecraft. Have you all laid out a foot restraint configuration that allows me to get into position to get to that torque bar?
Stand by one, Jerry. Atlantis, Houston, can we have Bravo or Charlie camera selected, please? We're trying to get some TV.
Yeah, we'll do that. We've been trying to chase down the camera temp message. We're still showing that something's over temp, and right now we have delta on, and it's 26 degrees. Both Bravo and Charlie are running around 40 right now.
We copy, Linda.
Atlantis gimbal command has been sent again, and we've got a picture of the antenna.
Okay.
Atlantis, Houston for Jerry.
Go ahead.
Jerry, I can't give you a straight answer on the rigging of the PFR and the G socket. What I would like you to do is go out and take a look at it. If it does not look like it's a go, we will not use the Golf socket. We'll do everything with the Delta socket, and we'll reach the mag torque bar from the Delta socket and wiggle it that way.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I guess I'm just kind of concerned that I'm not going to be able to get a satisfactory foot location, nor will I have any ingress aids to get into the foot restraint once I got it into a position to reach that torque bar. I guess Our preference on orbit at this point is to press on with nominal ops and use Delta.
Jerry, we copy. I think the way to do this is for you to go out and look at it, and how you work the sockets will be your call.
Okay, we'll start on opposite sides, and I'll go down and look at it. I won't take the foot restraint there to start with, but my guess is that it'll be pretty tough to get a configuration.
And we'll be watching.
This is Mission Control Houston. That conversation between Mission Specialist Jerry Ross and Spacecraft Communicator Bill Shepard dealt with the portable foot restraint and the plans for where it will be locked into place during the spacewalk. The socket G is located on the starboard side of the Gamma Ray Observatory, and socket D is located on the left side of the Gamma Ray Observatory. Both of them you can reach the high gain antenna from. The Gamma Ray Observatory has sockets specially made for portable foot restraints to be used by spacewalking crew members in the event that a spacewalk did become necessary of this type. In all, there are 3 sockets that the foot restraint could be locked into on the Gamma Ray Observatory.
Atlantis Houston, this time when they sent the antenna command, they saw it move a little bit and lost the ready for latch. We're going to hold up on the airlock depress just momentarily and try to send a deploy command.
That's it.
Flight controllers are now standing by as payload controllers prepare to send a final deploy command in a final attempt to deploy the high gain antenna remotely. This attempt involved already a swiveling of the dish antenna in an attempt to unsnag it from whatever is holding it in place.
Atlantis Houston, you might check the cabin cameras for overtemp and the keel.
Say again, Houston.
We're still seeing a camera overtemp. We'd like you to check the cabin cameras and the keel camera, please.
The Integrated Communications Officer reports that whatever camera was producing an overheating indication here on the ground has now been turned off. The basic plan for the spacewalk will be for Jerry Ross to mount his portable foot restraint where he sees is most possible, then attempt to shake the boom of the high gain antenna. It's believed that the latches may just be snagging it in place, and a shake from left to right may snap it out and allow it to deploy. If that doesn't work,
Atlantis, it was the keel camera.
Okay, copy that.
if that first shake of the boom is unsuccessful, then J-Apt will attempt to loosen the bolts on the actuator, the mechanism that holds the latch that holds the antenna stowed on the Gamma Ray Observatory. He will loosen that mechanism, and then Ross will attempt again to shake the boom. If that's unsuccessful, then Apt will close the latch actuator full and then open it full and Ross again will attempt to free the high gain antenna. If this attempted commanding by the Payload Operations Control Center, this sixth attempt to remotely command a deploy of the high gain antenna, if it's unsuccessful, then Mission Specialist Sapt and Ross can begin depressing the airlock at any time thereafter. They have completed their pre-breathe required of pure oxygen as a final step for precaution against the bends. The bends are a possibility if pre-breathing measures are not taken due to the fact that the atmosphere inside the spacesuits is 4.3 pounds per square inch of pure oxygen, as opposed to the shuttle's cabin atmosphere of 10.2 pounds per square inch with a mixture of nitrogen and oxygen. And the pre-breathing of pure oxygen is required to purge any nitrogen from the bodies of those that are in the spacesuits. Another note on the spacewalk, if it becomes necessary, the foot restraint locks, which the portable foot restraints can be latched into so that EVA crew member could stand in them, are located on the sides of the gamma ray observatory on either side, while the high gain antenna is located at the bottom of the gamma ray observatory. Also, while the airlock is depressing, Mission Specialist Linda Godwin would lower the gamma ray observatory to a point where it's reachable in the payload bay and at a convenient posture for Ross and Apt to begin work. Also, if a spacewalk becomes necessary and is performed, the preliminary targeted release time for the gamma ray observatory, if that spacewalk is successful and the high gain antenna is deployed, is set now at about 5:36 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Atlantis 5045 command was sent. And free drift is not required.
Roger.
This is Mission Control Houston. Payload Operations Controllers report that last attempt to remotely deploy the high gain antenna was unsuccessful, and Flight Director Chuck Shaw is now polling all parties for a go for spacewalk activity, for extravehicular activity. If that go is given, then Mission Specialists Jerry Ross and Jay Apt can begin depressurizing the airlock immediately. According to the schedule for this spacewalk, it's planned to last not more than about an hour and 15 minutes. If go is given and it becomes necessary. At this point, also Atlantis is on its 34th orbit, now passing over Central South America, over Brazil.
Atlantis, Houston, from Steve, we'd like to know if you guys are on board with the procedure that we intend to do EVA here.
Stand by.
Atlantis, Houston, Steve, while you're taking stock of what's going on up there, you have a go to maneuver to the EVA attitude.
Okay, I'll start that maneuver.
This is Mission Control Houston. That attitude orientation of Atlantis is designed to give Atlantis the best possible communications with Mission Control.
And Houston, Atlantis for Shep, we're on board with the plan and ready to execute it.
Roger, Atlantis, your go for EVA.
Roger, go for EVA.
And Steve, we'd like to start the arm maneuvering to the EVA access position in concert with the airlock depress.
Understand, begin the arm maneuvering with airlock depress.
That's affirmative.
Pressure in the airlock at this time is 10.4 pounds per square inch. That pressure will be reduced gradually, and when it gets to 5 pounds per square inch, Apt and Ross will pause momentarily for a leak check of their spacesuits. Having passed that check, they'll continue down until the pressure is equalized with the vacuum outside. Air in the airlock is vented overboard. And that go for EVA to the crew was given after a 6th attempt of remote commanding to deploy the high gain antenna by the Payload Control Center was unsuccessful. And the Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer here confirms that Atlantis is now performing a maneuver to the proper attitude for the spacewalk. That's an attitude that ensures good communications for the remaining 24 minutes of this pass under the Eastern Tracking Satellite. The Environmental Control Systems Officer here confirms that he sees pressure in the airlock now reducing. Extravehicular Activity Officer reports that we're about 5 minutes away from the time that Ross and Apt will be exiting the airlock. Pressure in the airlock now is at 7.6 pounds per square inch. And Apt and Ross had Airlock now at 5.2 pounds per square inch, and pausing there briefly as Aft and Ross perform a leak check of their spacesuits. Atlantis currently over the mid-Atlantic Ocean. We do expect television of the spacewalk activities live from Atlantis as soon as Atlantis finishes the current maneuver and arrives in the proper position for that communications.
Atlantis, we see another camera over temp. We suspect it's Charlie. We'd like you to check, please.
Marcia, I've powered Charlie off.
Copy. Atlantis, the payload messages are because we turned the transmitter off. No action.
We copy, Marcia.
And the Environmental Control Systems Officer reports that the airlock is now depressurizing again with a successful leak check of the two spacesuits. Airlock pressure now at 3.5 pounds per square inch.
Houston, we plan on OCASing to the intermediate as soon as we're in attitude.
Say it again, Linda.
We're going to OCAS to the intermediate position as soon as we're in the proper attitude.
Okay, copy that. And the high gain circuitry has been safed, and the transmitter, as we told you, is off for the EVA guys.
No, that call from Mission Specialist Linda Godwin indicating that she will begin moving the arm and the Gamma Ray Observatory down into the payload bay.
Okay, Marshall, we copy, thanks.
She'll begin moving Gamma Ray Observatory down into the payload bay as soon as Atlantis' current maneuver finishes and it's in the proper attitude for the spacewalk. Airlock pressure now at 9/10 of 1 psi.
Houston, we're about to configure comm for EVA.
Copy that.
This is Mission Control Houston. The first activity of this spacewalk will be for Jerry Ross to attempt just to shake and pull the boom for the high gain antenna loose. If that fails, JAPT will attempt to release the latch mechanisms more so than they already are, although an indication was seen that they released automatically from a remote command from the ground. Payload controllers believe it may not be so. Following that, if it's unsuccessful to shake and pull it again by Ross, then APT will attempt to close the latch mechanisms and then reopen it fully, and then Ross can try again to pry the boom loose or just shake it loose. Payload controllers believe that the boom may just be slightly snagged and may just require a slight shake to open.
Okay, Ken, comm check. How do you hear me?
Loud and clear, how many?
Okay, Jerry. I got no comm with Jerry right now. Okay, Ken, are you hearing Jerry at all?
Negative.
Okay, well, let's go to the procedure. How's this? Okay, very good. Where are you? Okay, my switch got bumped out of box. Okay, makes sense. Okay. Okay, let me turn off my signaling light here. Okay, power is going to battery now. You ready, Ken? And you're going to mark it, Ken, for the MET?
Yeah, it's 14 in about 20 seconds. How about 10 seconds more?
Okay, give us a call.
Stand by. Mark.
Okay, I'll restart with a bite on 2.
Okay.
Okay,
Display's blank, bite out.
right. Okay, power, battery, charger, EMU 1 and 2 bus select. 2 of them to off. Bus select. That's complete. Okay, and I got a message telling me my water's off. But that's nominal. Okay, I don't have one. All right. Okay. Okay. And now go ahead and disconnect your SCU. Okay. Here comes my SCU. Okay. Hello. Hi. Much better. Come. Well, you can find my cover. I put it up on my... Okay, I got my disconnect and the cover's up. Okay, try and still mine here. Can you see my cover? Let me look. I can't find it for anything. Okay, I'll find it. Just a little bit more roll. Yeah, I got it. Thanks, I couldn't get it. Okay, you're covered. Okay. Okay, let me try and put these guys on the wall. Let's see. Okay, you got the funnel. Use our Velcro here. Oh, it's dark right now. Yep. Gotta see. Okay, I'll get yours. Okay. All right, put it on here.
Houston, we're in pre-thrust, and we're initiating the OCAS maneuver to intermediate position.
Okay,
Roger, can we copy?
let me get this thing here. Okay.
Atlantis currently is over the southern tip of Africa, and during the spacewalk, Ross can be seen and distinguished from Apt by the red stripes located on the legs of his spacesuit.
Atlantis, we see flight control power off. And Steve, we recommend flight control power off.
Attitude here. Okay, what's next? Let's temperature control the max hot. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Okay, I'm max hot. There's my water off message. Check the water. Water on. Water's coming on. Okay, now. Blank here with the bite off. Okay. Okay, temperature control valve as required. Leave it where it is until I see what happens. Our status was?
Yeah, I'm ready to copy, Jerry.
Okay, here we go. Go to position, EVA, 4 minutes, 8 plus 37 with 99% power. 101% O2. 856 6050. 2.5 17.7. 3.2 20K 20.0. Decimal 3 61. Gas pressure is 15.4, water pressure is 15.0. And the gauge pressure looks like about 4.3. Okay, ready for mine? position, UVA. Time 5 minutes. Time left, 7 plus 50. Power's eliminated 99%. Foot pressure, 4-3. SOP, 6190. Sublimator, 2.7. Battery volts, 17.1. Battery amp, 3.4. RPM, 19.7. CO2, 0.6. Water temp, 44. Gas pressure, 15.5. Water pressure, 15.0. And your gauge? And the gauge is reading 4.2. Okay. Got my left waist tether hooked up with reel and it's unlocked. I'm ready for you to come over here. Okay, I'd do that. Get that one. Let's see, we rolled the wrong way. I get it. Okay, now? Yep. You got yours on? Ready for disconnect? Yep. Okay. Now wait on mine. Okay. Little lower. Okay, so it's now a little lower. You're on the thermal down. There you go. Yeah, you locked them both together, but you okay? Yeah, it's fine. Okay, you got it. Okay, you want mine? Yep. There you are. Here you're attached. Okay, I'll detach. Your reel is removed, okay, and it's unlocked. Thank you. I'll go get some tools. Okay, and I'm going to go down the sill. Okay. Oh, the satellite.
Atlantis, Houston, we're 2 minutes from LOS on the east. We'll lose you at 424. We'll be back at 431. Good luck with your work.
We sure hope it works.
Okay, thanks, Shep. We'll see you on the other side.
How much more is it going to come down yet?
We're at the intermediate position and we're coming down.
Okay. Okay, Ken, I got the cheater bar. I have a ratchet. I have 7/16 open. And I'm coming out. Okay. Hey guys, how about turning the forward bulkhead light on?
Say again, you want the light on, Jerry?
Yeah, turn on the forward bulkhead. Around this guy.
No, the switch was on, Jerry.
Okay, well, maybe burn out then. Not the docking, but the bulkhead.
That's it.
Okay. Okay. Still at the back. haven't seen it. Again.
This is Mission Control Houston. Atlantis has passed out of range of the Eastern Tracking and Data Relay satellite. We expect to regain communications with the spacecraft in about 6 minutes and 20 seconds through the Western Tracking satellite. We're about 9.5 minutes into this unplanned spacewalk as we lost communications with the spacecraft. As it passed out of range, Mission Specialist Jerry Ross was proceeding down the starboard side of the cargo bay of Atlantis on his way to the Gamma Ray Observatory. Also, the payload deploy and retrieval systems officer here, the flight controller in charge of Atlantis' mechanical arm, had confirmed that Mission Specialist Linda Godwin had begun lowering the Gamma Ray Observatory to a point where Ross can gain access to it. Again, we'll regain communications with Atlantis in about 5 minutes and 40 seconds as it moves into range of the Western Tracking satellite. At 2 days, 4 hours, 26 minutes into the flight of Atlantis on shuttle mission STS-37, this is Mission Control Houston.
Okay. Wait. Yeah, Delio. I cannot repeat. I cannot see anything hanging up. But I'm not.
And Atlantis, Houston, we're back with you on the west. We'd like you to cycle that bulkhead light. Please turn it off, leave it off for 10 minutes, and repower it, please.
Okay, we'll turn it off and leave it off for 10 minutes and then repower.
And Shep, I'm back here looking at it from the starboard side. I don't think there's any way I could get to that Parker bar from that foot restraint.
Okay, Jerry, it's your call. Your go to do it on the Delta socket on the port side.
Okay, I'm on one of the multi-servicing adapters, and I can reach the boom from here if you want me to just try pushing on it some from here.
We concur, Jerry. Go ahead and give it a try.
Your feet are in the...
It's free. It's free. I can see it move. It's free. I can see it move. Okay, Shep, I propose that we go to nominal deploy from here. So it's springing out.
Stand by one, Jerry, while we get a little concurrence in the room. It's going to take a minute.
It's sprung out about 5 feet. Fantastic. Yeah. Good work. Where'd you grab it from? I was just on this one FSS pin and just kind of shook on the side of the boom. Good blast.
Okay, Jerry, I want you to pick up with a nominal procedure. Good job.
Fantastic. All right. Okay. Okay, Jay, I've got the cheater bar. Okay, how about if I meet you at the front end and we'll transfer across? Fine. Let me untether all the stuff I just did. Okay? We don't need it anymore. Far out. Good work. There, we got that. Well, where do I have to go here? I have to go up, huh? Yeah.
This is Mission Control Houston. That moment that the antenna became unstuck was greeted with loud applause throughout the Mission Control Center.
Oh, that made my day. Yeah, made their day too. That's a half moon in the sky. Good lightning out there on your side too.
Total time that has elapsed in this spacewalk so far is 19 minutes, 25 seconds.
Yeah, Jay, I was just thinking, what's up? We have another 55-foot tether. Where's that? Over here in Clip. Yeah, it's true. Why don't I attach my other waist tether to it? You can take it across and hook it up. Okay, give me a moment. Go nice and slow. That's fine.
And Atlantis currently passing 243 nautical miles above the East Indies.
I won't take it out until you get here because I don't have a wrist tether. Okay. I understand. I sure do have a waist tether though. Yeah, that's true. I think this will make it easier and shorter in the long term to do it this way. Probably right. And we'll save some time tomorrow. Yep.
You're right up on camera, AJ.
Okay. Okay, Ken, my right waist tether is now attached to the 55-foot tether that was in clip.
Roger.
And when Jay gets it attached over there on the tether shuttle, then I'll disconnect from the starboard one.
Okay.
I heard down here. Okay, I'm at the airlock. Okay. Get rid of some of the stuff. Okay, so we still have the ratchet wrench and a foot restraint and a foot pin out there, huh? Yeah.
And Lannis, for Jerry, can you give us a little insight on your tether config?
Yes, sir, I can, Chip. I'm still attached with my left waist tether to the starboard reel. And I have just attached my right waist tether to the 55-foot tether from clip. And I'm going to have Jerry take that one over and hook it up to the tether shuttle on the port side, and then I'll come off the starboard.
Okay, we copy, Jerry.
Okay, Joe, it's going to take a while to deconfigure all this stuff here. Just hang on. Okay. Hey, and I'll tell you what, in fact, I can come across and hook this baby up. All right? Yeah, you got a safety tether over there? I'm hooked up. Yep, you sure are. And in fact, why don't you stay in the airlock and I'll change you to the, you don't want to do that or not? That's what I was going to say. I was going to change you to the aft slider. To the forward slider. Oh, you can do that, sure. Just trying to figure out what that's going to do to us at the end. I don't know.
Atlantis for Linda, can we have the RMS joint select and crit temp, please?
Roger that.
Okay, G, are you in the airlock? I'm in the airlock. And you're secure? I'm secure. Okay. I'm going to move you to the other tether shuttle. So okay. Get crossed up. Okay, you are hooked up and verified. Okay. So now I'm going to put my right one on here. All right, let's see. Better wrap up on this. Let me do it. Okay, I am now hooked up with my right side to the aft slider, right waist tether. Okay, roger that. I'll go ahead and get the foot restraint. The tip pin is tethered to it. Okay. And all I said is a config, right? Yep. All the tethers are configured. Okay.
Yeah, you've left the cheater bar in the airlock?
Correct. Cheater bar's in the airlock, and the 7/16 open end is in the airlock. Joe, why don't I hand you the foot restraint? Okay. Then I will bring the 7/16. The ratchet? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll go across. All right, let me come down to the hatch. You betcha. Okay, Ken, I just tethered off my left waist tether and its tether reel to the truck handle there. Okay. And we'll get it when we clean things up. Roger. Good, very good. I can see you moving out there. I had to put a light on. I couldn't see what was going on out there. Yeah. Okay, I'm down here. Okay, let me give you that. You go. It's right there. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me put it on you. Yeah.
Forward bulkhead is coming on, we hope.
Okay. Okay, you got it? Okay, good. I got the 7/16. All right. You got a pick pin tether to that as well. Okay. And let me get the 7/16. You're headed in the right direction here. Okay. Okay, I want to make sure I stay clear of your stuff. Yep. Okay. I've got a 7/16 foot corral right down here. Along to sunrise, guys. 5 minutes. Okay. I'm just kind of going along with my hand on the slider on the tether shuttle here. I mean, on the slide wire. Yeah, works pretty neat. I agree. That didn't work because I got to stay clear of the rear camera. Put down.
Atlantis will be moving into sunrise over the South Pacific momentarily.
All right, let me see how I'm going to do this here. I'm going to go straight across and then back that way. Okay, and I'll be right with you. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out where I got to go. Good idea. Okay. Stay here. I can see I'm hot.
In Atlantis, you'll be looking at your sunrise 15 degrees off the nose on the port side.
Okay, thank you, Shep. I came across that was not too much of a big deal. Okay, very good. Gloves don't want to let go of this stuff very well. I understand.
Okay, you're even with the grow, Jay.
Okay. Okay, and it's Delta I want to go into. Is that right, Ken?
Delta is the one. That's affirmed. Jay, your feet are right underneath it.
Yep.
And Lennis, for Jay and Jerry, we want to emphasize, because of the size of the boom, we'd like to have it move slowly and deliberately when you deploy it.
Okay, Chef, we'll do our very best on that. Comes the sun. Yeah, look at that beautiful color. Yeah. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's very bright. That's true. Those surprisers. I can get to it. Yeah. Okay, Ken, the foot restraint is in the socket and tip pinned. Okay, I see ya. We'll get some adjusting to do. Hurry up. Hey, let's see. We want to get this other wrist tether off on the wrist. This is incredible. Wait, what? Oh, look at the sunrise coming. Yeah. Okay, let's do this bottom guy first, I guess. Oh, nope. Let me get there. Up your feet. Let's see. Shall I crack open? I can get it. Sure. No, not that one. Okay. Oh, the one's down there. Yeah. Can do. Off this other one. I'll loosen him up, but I don't want to tighten him down until we get it in position here. Right, I said that. Okay, now we need the big guy up on the articulating socket. That's that one. Shoulder raised right above you. Your left shoulder. Yep. Maybe I can get that one better. Yeah, might be. Okay, I'll pointer. Let's see. That about it. That's keep it clear of the Z-tip. Not there. Okay, it needs to be a little bit looser yet, looks like. Yeah. Okay. Keep it clear of the Z-tip. You all set? Yeah, go ahead and clamp that one. Oop. I let it slip. Okay. All right, I'll open it. It's down here. Z-tent hangs down, the insulation hangs down a little more than it did in the tank, I think. Yeah, it does. Okay, now you can move it. Okay, go ahead and lock it down. Okay. I put a little weight on here. Okay. Lock it. Okay. Okay, he's locked. Okay, let me get this guy. I hope this gets it. Yeah. Okay. If I can have the wrench, I'll go try to get in position. You certainly can. Right, right there. That's it. I'll get it.
Atlantis for Jerry.
Go ahead.
Jerry, there's some speculation down here on that drive mechanism for the boom deploy that red bolt is backed out. Could you scope that out and tell us what you think?
Okay, I will when I get there.
Roger.
You attach it to that side to start with. Okay. Up. When I get it here. You can just attach it to the other tether. It's okay. Whatever comes natural there. La 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 la. Tethers. Okay, you got it? Got it? Got it. All right. All right. Now head that way. Okay, I'll stand here and move feet. As usual. Let's see, there must be another handrail around here somewhere. That's just what's the DTMs. Let's see. I see it. Go high. It's not in the V10. It's up above your head. Got you. Okay? When you don't have four walls of a tank to reference, it makes it a little bit tougher, doesn't it? Sure does. You bet.
Atlantis for Jay and Jerry, we see you doing good work. Please try and be as smooth as you can, particularly with your feet around the payload.
Roger that. Jerry, I think my tether and your tether are hung up. Okay, let me see if I can clear it. Okay, I think we got it. Yep, we're hung up again. Right between your legs, that's where it is. That's yours?
And
Okay, hang on. Turn my way a little bit. Not that much. There we go. Okay, I'm watching your feet. Up. There, you're in there. Watch your knees. Yeah, I know. It's okay. Things are pretty stiff. Yeah. That one there? Not quite. Now you gotta go in further. Push it up more. Okay, now you're in there. Okay. I'm not even gonna try the other one. Okay? Because then you'll get up in the tent. Yeah, I agree. Okay, the Velcro is not holding it back like I would like to, but it's okay. Well, that's all right. Okay, Shep, I'm at the work site. The red bolt has not been backed out.
Roger, we copy, Jerry.
Okay, on the checklist, we're at 10 turns. That's correct. Counterclockwise, 10 turns. Very counterclockwise. And there'll be a soft stop. There we go. Okay, there's 10 turns and that's soft stop.
Okay, you feel soft stop?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the yellow one goes 180 clockwise.
Okay, that's after we move the boom. Is that correct?
Well, they want to take the yellow 180 clockwise to deploy the antenna, but use the handrail when you finally move it.
Okay. It's free, so I'm going to tether off the wrench for now. And I'm going to move it with the handrail, and then I'll do the yellow one for over center, if that sounds right to you. That's a good... That sound good to you, Houston?
And Jerry, we concur.
Yeah, that's the way the procedure is, Jerry.
Okay.
Just slow and easy as it goes.
Yes, sir. But you started it. Looking good. Looking good. Where in the world are we, Ken?
Over blue water, headed towards Hawaii.
Okay.
Looks like about 3 or 4 minutes to Hawaii.
Okay. I can see the micro switches that say the thing is deployed. I can see the bracketry, the over center bracketry moving here. Just give it a little nudge and let it move.
Okay, your rate looks real good.
Not taking much pressure. Looks about half. I'd say it's considerably more than half. It is now. Sure is. That's almost there. We're coming to it. Okay, it looks like it's essentially over center. It bounced back a little bit on me. Okay, I think it's time for the wrench.
Okay.
It's 180 clockwise.
It's clockwise. It doesn't say how many degrees, but you're going to feel and see the motor linkage go over center.
Yeah, it'll go over center for you. Over center. Good work. We don't do anything with the red guy now, right?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, the thermal cover on that mechanism is replaced. I guess we'll clear out of the way and they can get their telemetry indications and make sure they're happy. Okay, I'll let your feet as you get out. Okay. Got thermal cover in the wrench. Yep. Okay. Oh, man. Stiff. Yeah.
Houston, did you copy? We got a good over center.
Hey, Liz.
Roger, Ken, I'd like to verify that the red bolt is clockwise to the hard stop.
It's not, I'll do it. My foot's still in there pretty decently. Yeah, that's good enough.
Disregard, Jerry Molas. I was on the wrong page. Sorry, you can disregard the red bolt call.
Okay. I didn't remember it, but I'd be happy to do it. Okay, you're clear. Okay. You want to take the wrench and I can get the foot restraint? Sure. You want to put it on my wrist? Yep. Okay. There it is. Get the right one here. There you go. I got it. Okay. Feet look fairly close to the... watch the tap it off. Yeah. Here, I'll stop your rate. There you go. Arms up. Now, when you got that, you want to smell? I think I can get it. Okay. Just going to take a little tether time. Yeah. Thanks for the call, Ken.
Atlantis for Jay and Jerry, we have a lot of POC commands to get on board, so as soon as you guys are finished up and can stand clear of the payload, we'd like to start with that.
Okay. We're headed that way now. All right. Nice and slow. Nice and slow. Good.
You guys are right under your feet, Jay.
Yep.
Coming up behind you on the plinth by your left arm if you reach down. Very good.
Got it.
Atlantis, Houston for someone on the flight deck. If you get a chance, we'd like to have you pan the camera you're downlinking down across the boom latches so that we perhaps can see something about what was causing a problem there.
Go ahead, Jay. Take it. Go ahead. I can pick it up.
Fair enough. Roger, we'll work on it.
Okay, Ken, we're both clear of the spacecraft. I don't know how far we've got to be before they can start commanding. Okay. think we're clear enough now. Probably start.
Houston, we're going to switch cameras back to our EVA guys, and we'll give you some more views of the latches in a little bit.
Roger that, Ken. We'd like Steve's go when he thinks everything's ready to continue with grow ups.
Roger, stand by.
And Atlantis, for Steve, our intent is to turn the grow transmitter on.
I think we're clear. Now, hold out there, Steve.
Roger, Houston copies.
Hey, Shep, hold off 1 minute until they get up closer to the bulkhead, all right?
Okay, Steve, we copy, hold up.
Swing your legs outboard, not out, not up, but outboard. All right, now let me see. Inboard, inboard, inboard. There we go.
Houston, Atlantis, your go for commanding. Houston, Atlantis, you copy?
Negative, Ken, say again.
Okay, your go for command to the spacecraft.
Roger, we copy, go.
Okay. Very good. Yeah, that looks good. Let's look at it. Hardware. You know you from me. Want to help with it? I was talking, I'll hand things into you in a second. Talking to my other waist of it. Oh.
Atlantis, Houston, grow transmitter is on.
Roger, thank you.
DJ, here's a foot restraint for you. Okay. I got it. And it's the tip. Okay. I got the tip pin, yes. Good. Want me to attach it to it? Good. Just put it down on that little tether ring there. Right. May need to straighten it out, the articulating socket. How about having me the camera? You bet. Just about to go do that. I'll straighten this guy out in just a sec. Okay, let me give you a... see if I get a wrist tether. Tether this guy off and then I'll give you a camera. Thanks. letter yet? No. Okay, I'll give you one. Okay. Okay, 1H camera. And where's the other? Got it. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. And Ken, for storage, we've got in the airlock, we have replaced the articulating foot restraint, one pip pin, and one pullable foot restraint. Articulating socket, I should have said. I've got my eyes on the Essex wrench and on the 7/16 open end. And the only thing we got outside at the moment besides us is the camera. Okay, I copy. All right, very good. Why don't you get your head there at the hatch, Jay? Okay. Step out. Which way are you going to be pointed? Are we pointed at you? But, yeah. So you be on the bottom. That's it.
Atlantis, Houston for Steve. The POC is evaluating whether or not we need some more TV imagery of the latch area. That's why we're delaying moving with the arm.
Okay, thank you. Flip over and put up your gold mask. Will do. All right. Terrific. Let me do it. Where'd you go? Me? Yeah. I'm still straightening out the foot restraint. Okay. We can start.
This is Mission Control Houston, approximately 1 hour into the spacewalk now. Payload controllers are commanding the Gamma Ray Observatory again as they pick up operations toward a release of that observatory in 2 orbits from now, or approximately 3 hours away. Also, payload controllers expressed their gratitude to the crew for great work that made it look easy.
I've got a little more sighting up to do here. I'll be on the set. Okay. I think I've probably taken about half of the pictures, so the other half are yours. It's all right.
We're trying to set the camera over here.
Okay, Dr. App, I need another picture or two of you. Okay. Oh, wait a second. First of all, why don't you come up to the window? Yeah, that's a good idea. You guys got some 16? Some 16? It works. Okay.
Atlantis, Houston, for someone on the aft flight deck, we'd like to run a TV camera back over those latches, please.
Yeah, we're trying. The sun is a little tough. We're going to blind the camera momentarily and then try and zoom it in tight.
Okay.
Okay, Ken, when you get a good image, we might give you a few GCA calls from down here.
Okay, we'll do.
That's it. I'm gonna... Are they about ready? Well, let's see it. I can see Kim. Oh, shoot, I just shot a picture I didn't want. So easy to find buttons, huh? Yeah.
This is Mission Control Houston. Mission Specialist Captain Ross are now nearing the completion point of their spacewalk. They did successfully manually deploy the boom for the high gain antenna after first freeing it from a snag on the latches that hold that boom in a stowed position during the launch of the Gamma Ray Observatory. Flight controllers here. Flight controllers here. Flight controllers here in Mission Control, as well as payload controllers, are now aiming at a release time for the Gamma Ray Observatory of about 2 hours 53 minutes from now, or about 5:36 p.m. Central Daylight Time today. Plans for the cruise activity tomorrow and the planned spacewalk for tomorrow at this point have not been canceled. However, there is no firm planning or decision on that matter until Gamma Ray Observatory has been released and is on its way in good health today.
Atlantis, for Ken, can we run the camera back up the boom slowly, and we'll give you a mark when we'd like to stop?
Okay. Over here, Jay. I was going to suggest you hand me the camera here and I'll take your pictures. Okay, I will do that. Look inside. I see. It'll be to Steve. Can we go down and up? I think we're going to do that in a second. Ready for this? Okay.
Ken, let's hold the camera there, please.
Shape. Why don't you get set for a wide angle and we'll come up. Okay. You're going to get set up, Jay. On the second. We'll turn this way.
Atlantis, Houston for Steve.
Go ahead.
Roger, we're tagging up some subsequent EDFE tests for Jay and Jerry. When you get the message on board, could you give us a heads up?
Will do.
Back couple. Ready, Steve?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay. Ready? Okay. Here we come.
We're ready.
And for the aft flight deck, can we get a view of the same part of the latch from camera Bravo, please?
Okay. Camera Bravo with power down for the high temp. We'll turn it back on.
Roger.
Let's see. Make sure we don't get a tethering crossed. Yeah. Trying to figure out what to do with tethers here. I think maybe I ought to go back over and get on the starboard side. What do you think? I think that's a very good idea. Yep.
Atlantis for Steve and Jay and Jerry. I've got some words on your EDFE tests following our grow work.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, Jay. Okay. Is this look hooked up? That one. The small one is hooked up. Correct. They're all hooked up. That's going to that guy. Gotcha. Well, I see you're in good shape. Then I'm going to go disconnect this guy. Okay. I'm looking. And I'm going to put you back on the aft one. Yeah. Okay, I'm solid on. Hook up with the other waist tethers or something. Let's go. I'll go over the track.
Atlantis for Steve.
He's down, check and tag.
Roger, go ahead, Chip.
Okay, Steve, we'd like, I'll read you the first couple of parts of the flight note just to get going here. We'd like Jay and Jerry to grab a PDAP and install it on the outrigger handrail and perform the EV1, EV2 handrail translation eval, which will be block 15 in your checklist.
Okay.
And then the big plan is after we do the handrail translation, we'll go over to clip and work that, and we'll also set up the rope reel. One EVer will be doing the clip and the other will be doing the rope reel, and we'll swap it around. And hopefully we'll get this all done before we have to secure before grow release.
Okay, very good.
And Steve, I'd like a heads up when you've got the note and can understand it on board.
First note was a blank. We're still waiting.
Roger. Ken, can you tell us that the Bravo camera is zoomed all the way in?
Yes, it is. You want me on that, right? No. Yes, yes.
We copy, Ken.
Okay. I just put you on the last one. Okay, I get it.
This is Mission Control Houston. Flight controllers have decided to extend the spacewalk by Aft and Ross and allow them to perform some of the tasks that were planned to be performed during tomorrow's planned spacewalk. Evaluations of...
Why don't I just leave it in the airlock instead of putting it back in clip? That'll save us time tomorrow. Yeah.
And last for Steve, Jay and Jerry are go to start rigging the PDAP now.
Okay, we'll put it in work, Shep.
Copy.
Shep, the one problem is we cannot do rope reel and clip things simultaneously if anything has to do with the handrail.
You know, you're right. We'll rethink that and get back to you.
It might be better to just go ahead and try clip each.
And last for Jerry, I guess the details on the note, which Ken will read to you, I guess, is that we'll just begin the rope reel setup during EV2's clip, and then we'll do the rope reel.
Okay, okay. Understand. Okay, Ken, I've got PDAP number 2. I'm coming out with it. Okay, careful, I'm right above the airlock. Star one. And I put the clip waist tether in the airlock. I plan on leaving it there. Sounds like plan. Okay, get rid of the camera.
Atlantis for Ken, we're getting ready for a handover here in about a minute. When we're clear of that, we'd like to switch back to camera Charlie and pan down the boom. We'll give you a go.
Okay. Jerry, did you say you put the tether from clip in the airlock?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're going to replace it later?
No. Okay. I think we'll just use it tomorrow. Yeah, we get easy access to it that way. Okay, Jerry, if you can go aft. Keep us from getting crossed. Betcha. Get mine above here and then I'll... There you go. That you may not see. There you go. Okay. Yeah, this will be all right. There we go. Guys,
Disregard.
This is Mission Control Houston.
okay, I'll start demating the connectors. Okay.
Since activities with the deployment of the high gain antenna for the gamma ray observatory have gone so well, flight controllers have decided to extend the spacewalk by Jay Apt and Jerry Ross for time to allow the two to perform some experiments that were planned originally for tomorrow's spacewalk. However, tomorrow's spacewalk has not been canceled at this point, and this is just supplemental information that can be provided. Apt and Ross are to begin work with the crew loads instrumented pallet located on the side of the payload bay, mounting a data package on that crew loads pallet and measuring the forces and torques that are applied to both the foot restraints they'll be strapped into as well as the tools they can work with. Also, flight controllers and payload controllers are on target now and moving forward with a 5:36 p.m. Central Daylight Time release of the Gamma Ray Observatory on Atlantis' 37th orbit.
Right around there. And back to itself.
Ken, we'd like to pan the Charlie camera down slowly on the boom. We'll give you a stop call. Ken, did you copy? I'm not sure enough. We'd like a slow pan down the boom. We'll call a stop.
Okay, that'll be in work now.
For the right one. So J1. That's 2. Bottom one. Oh, never mind. Oh. You know, the caps when they came off had a considerable spring. Yeah. I wonder if... Get it?
Is that what you want, Jeff?
Get it to rotate.
Stand by, Ken. Let me check.
Put some more torque on it. I hope that spring was in the cap and not in the connector, you know.
Houston, is that the view you're looking for?
Ken, I'm trying to confirm that. Stand by. Ken, negative on your position. We'd like to continue down the boom slowly.
Will do.
Just looking if there's any flying objects in there. It doesn't seem to be. See if it goes on the other one. Don't. You won't. Oh, sorry? Yeah, I'll try it. Okay. Let's get that down here. You what? That'll help. Could have made that any shorter. Yeah, really. There. And down here. A mind of its own.
Atlantis, Houston for Ken or Steve, and Jay and Jerry need to listen up here. We're seeing about a 10-pound per hour O2 leak. To troubleshoot it right now on L2, we'd like to close the O2 crossover systems 1 and 2. The leak may be in the airlock. If you need to get back on the SCUs, those crossovers have to come open.
Okay, we understand.
The crossovers are closed, and guys, when you get a chance, I'm looking for a status report.
Okay. Okay, give you one more right now, Ken.
I'm ready.
I'm ready too. O2 positions, EVA. Time EV 1 plus 21. Remaining is 6 plus 36 with 83% power. 87% O2. And the gauge shows about 4.3.
Copy all, go Jay.
Okay. EVA is the position. Time EV 1 plus 22. Time left 5 plus 55. O2 is the limiter at 82%. 83% power. 4.3 on the suit. 4.3 on the gauge.
Thank you, go ahead.
This is Mission Control Houston. Those statuses read off by Mission Specialists Jay App and Jerry Ross to pilot Ken Cameron were the readouts on their spacesuits. Their spacesuits are operating fine. There's no leak with the 2 spacesuits being used. The leak referred to in that transmission from Spacecraft Communicator.
For Ken, we'd like to continue your TV panning. We'd like to go back along the grow where the high gain antenna boom originally was stowed along the spacecraft.
Okay, back down grow on the original stowage path.
Roger that. We still don't see anything that we can see that's clearly anomalous. We want to look some more places.
That leak referred to earlier by spacecraft
You
communicator
want to
Bill
halt,
Shepard.
Nellie, call one.
Okay. I guess we missed your call last time coming down the boom.
Standby? Okay, I'll take the standby.
The oxygen leak referred to earlier by spacecraft communicator Bill Shepard was a leak from the cabin, from the mid-deck on the orbiter. A small oxygen leak that the crew is now isolating by shutting off
Please,
valves and
stop
parts of the
camera,
oxygen
Charlie.
system.
Solid green. And I'll get
There is no impact
And
to
can
the
we
orbiter
continue
atmosphere on
camera,
board.
Charlie?
Pressure inside the cabin is still 10.3 pounds per square inch.
Okay, I'll get out of the way, Jane. Let you go first. Okay? You get those in, you can take it to the operator, huh? Oh, wait for the time. This is one right over the Galapagos a little while ago, I think.
Stop camera, Charlie, please.
Roger. Flashers.
These various camera views of the Gamma Ray Observatory and the latches are being provided to payload control engineers.
Say again, Jay. Dot is on. Star flashing, red and green.
Okay, thank you. And
He's getting ready to do his stuff.
right, your translation valve is going to include starts and stops, translations of varying speeds, rotations, and we'd like you to look at translation with a simulated handheld item and varied body position.
Roger that. Okay, I'm looking at the spectrum with the strain gauges. It's all in good shape. Hey, Jay, look at me. Didn't like that. Ken, I've been looking at the hardware out here and everything looks great.
Okay, sounds good.
The other thing I saw was funny. It was the handle that pops out on the forward bulkhead winch. It popped up. The other one that you can use that spins while you're cranking it?
Yeah, we understand. It was popped out perpendicular to the winch?
Yeah.
Okay, did you restow it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I don't know if that's something they've seen before or not. Do you want me to go ahead and start setting up the instrumented foot restraint?
Sounds like a good idea if we're going there.
Okay, can we confirm that?
Yeah, Houston, we'd like to set up the clip instrumented foot restraint now if you concur. Houston, Atlantis, tom check.
Roger, we're here. You're go for the IFR.
Okay, thank you.
And Steve, 2 notes for you. We think the camera over temp is Bravo, and I'd like to know that you've got the complete tags message on EDFE.
Yes, Shep, we got a message with 9 steps in it.
Roger, Ken, when we get to step 8 there, we are going to blow the whistle at 30 minutes before deploy and clean up the payload bay and have Jay and Jerry get back inside.
Okay, understand. Hang out in the airlock until post-deploy.
Okay, we copy.
And Ken, on camera Charlie, we'd like to pan...
Running hot.
Ken, on camera Charlie, we'd like to pan slowly back up toward the hinge we'll call the stop.
Roger.
Again, we'd like to pan the other way, please.
On this thing gives us a mind of its own. Yeah. Be interesting to see what the connectors are like on that PDAP.
Atlantis for Jerry, just a heads up, we would like to stay on one PDAP for everything this afternoon. Don't use the second one unless you really have to.
Okay, I understand.
Stop the camera, Charlie, please.
Jerry's working on the IFR. If you got any comments, we'll be glad to record them.
Okay, I just didn't want to clobber the comm here.